witness it all. There's the history maker, the history chaser, Chris Binney, and he faces the 20-year-old who believes he is the future of Caribbean squash, Camel Cumberbatch of Barbados. We're standing by for the opening ceremony of the Caribbean Senior Squash Championships. The players getting ready for this official ceremony. Of course, the event would have started on Sunday. And of course, ahead of the big finals, they get to parade in front of the, well, before a Caribbean audience. There is Sean Simpson, the captain of the Barbados team, and they are ready to go.
The home of the 37th Senior Caribbean Squash Championships. We're coming to you live from Kingston, Jamaica, and we say hello to our viewers and listeners on SportsMax in Jamaica, in the Eastern Caribbean, and of course in the diaspora on Scene TV. We have had 2 exciting days of squash so far, and as we enter into the afternoon of day 3, we'd like to welcome all of you. We have 7 participating nations here, including host country Jamaica. And as I said before, you're at the 37th Senior Caribbean Squash Championships. The Ligonier Club is a historic location, and this is a historic event coming to you right after the pandemic. So we're happy to welcome you back to squash, and we look forward to keeping you. We'll now have the march pass of the athletes, and they will come in alphabetical order. We'd like to welcome Barbados. Then we'll have Bermuda. We'll have the British Virgin Islands, and then we'll have the Cayman Islands. Let's keep the applause going. I think the Cayman Islands has the biggest contingent outside of the host team. We look forward to welcoming Guyana. And of course, all right, let's keep the applause going for Guyana. Due to the inclement weather, we had to adjust, and we're inside as opposed to outside. So we ask you to bear with us as we fit in the players and their management. Guyana has the enviable record of producing a number of champions in squash, and they've been dominating to some extent so far in this tournament. And of course, we'll now have Trinidad and Tobago, the Twin Island Republic. And now for the host team, Jamaica. Okay, while the Jamaican athletes find their seats along with their management team, we'll all now stand for the playing of the Jamaican's national anthem. Okay. Can find the answer. Very well, but we're gonna. Okay. On 3, 2, 3. Eternal Father, bless our land. Guard us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil parts. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Make our land we love. Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaica. All right, please be seated. Okay, we'd like to acknowledge some of our very special guests for this afternoon. Seated at the front row, to my right, is the CEO of Wisinco, Mr. Andrew Mahfood. We'd also like to acknowledge longtime stalwart and still very active in squash, and probably is responsible for the ongoing squash here in the region and in the Americas, Douglas Beckford. We'd like to welcome our British High Commissioner, Judith Slater. She's been on the job since last September, and she played squash, but she prefers golf and football and tennis. We'd like to acknowledge Mrs. Marva Bernard. She's the president of the Americas Federation of Netball Associations, a squash player herself, and a former president of the Jamaica Netball Association. And we'd like to acknowledge our president and veteran player and coach, Karen Anderson. And that's a good way to introduce Karen for her very brief remarks. Let's welcome her.
I can't guarantee her that I'll be brief. But anyway, no, I'm just kidding. Mr. Andrew Mahfood, CEO of Wisinco, Mr. Douglas Beckford, JSA committee member, Mrs. Judith Slater, British High Commissioner, Mrs. Marva Bernard, America's Netball President, welcome. And a welcome to everybody who is here today, all the teams. The Jamaica Squash Association is extremely excited to welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of the Water 37th Senior Caribbean Squash Championships. We had a 2-year delay in staging this event because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but we are thrilled the time has now come. Jamaica last hosted the Senior Caribbean Championships in 2007, and over the last 15 years, the sport has evolved considerably. Part of that evolution is the TV and streaming coverage being provided by SportsMax, taking the championships to to an audience here in Jamaica, across the Caribbean, and also in North America. Hopefully, we will continue this partnership for future events as we work to broaden the reach and impact of the game. Thank you, SportsMax. This event would not be possible without our partners, and I would like everyone to give a rousing round of applause to Wisynco, who are title sponsors through their water brand. Thank you. We thank them for investing in this event and by extension in Caribbean squash. A special thank you to Andrew and Lauren Mafood and to the entire team at Wisynco. You have all been amazing. To the Tourism Enhancement Fund, the Jamaica Olympic Association, Sports Development Foundation, SportsMax, the Ligani Club, Ernst & Young, First Global Bank, who are the uniform sponsors, Fleetwood, Levy Cheeks, the Best Dressed Chicken, by extension CPJ, through whom some of the food that you're eating, and also Rainforest. Thank you for your generous contributions, which have made these championships truly amazing. It would be remiss of me not to give a shout out to the caretakers here at the Ligani Club, Brian, Warren, Winston, Fabian, and the rest of the crew. They really deserve. They have moved equipment, cleaned courts, and enabled us to keep the tournament running. They've worked through tremendous heat and torrential rain, as we saw today, and still have great attitudes and bright smiles. Big up yourself. I would also like to thank my team for the tremendous work in ensuring the success of these Senior Caribbean Championships. For those who may not know, up to mid-May, this tournament was in doubt, but we rallied and committed to ensuring that Jamaica would host this event. Thank you to Jill Bennett, tournament chair, JSA. She's also the JSA secretary, Joey Levy, our first vice president, Deanne Price, our treasurer, Dougie Beckford, who worked on behalf of JSA to ensure that the courts were ready and looked fantastic. And to the rest of my team of the JSA committee, thank you so very much for the work that you've put in. I'm wrapping up, don't worry. In closing, Senior Casa would not be possible without you, the players. My Caribbean family, the energy and vibes are unmatched anywhere else in the world. Personally, I'm happy to be back at the Senior Casa after a 15-year break. I thank you for committing to participating in this tournament. For all the juniors playing, I hope you are energized at the level of play you are witnessing. It's a great platform to strengthen and develop your own games. To my fellow veterans, Marlene, when did we get here? Continue to carry your flags high and with pride. And for those of you who are currently in the mainstream and enjoying the prime of your careers, you are role models for our youngsters. You are the ones who demonstrate the endless possibilities that this tremendous game has to offer. You are the trailblazers. Lead with responsibility and care. Let's continue to play hard and have fun. Thank you, and welcome to Jamrock.
Thank you very much, Madam President. If I was a DJ, I would just cue up Damian Marley, but you know. All right, the next speaker has a 25 years coaching history. He has coached at the Pan Am Games, he has coached in Colombia, he has an NCCP level 4, and he has coached in Canada and was the chair of the high performance for Squash Canada over 18 years ago. He's little but Talawa, that's what we say in Jamaica. I now welcome to make remarks Ramon Chanasu, the president of CASA.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, where do you go dig that up from? Members of the front row, head table, dignitaries, Madam High Commissioner, players, fellow players, because I'm actually playing this time, coaches, managers. On behalf of CASA and the board of directors, I'm here to welcome you to another CASA. And we're back. 3 years of no CASA, no debates about chicken curry or curry chicken, who has the best KFC. All those, we missed all of those. And I told you we'll have some debates. It's still early in the week. But in all seriousness, I'd like to thank the Jamaica Squash Association for persevering in hosting this event. There are a number of times, as Karen mentioned, that we were very close. And I kept saying, keep going, Karen, keep going. And finally, we were able to do it. And we're all happy to be here in Jamaica. So thank you, Karen, Jill, Douglas. By the way, Douglas was cocking a court at 3 o'clock on Saturday morning. That's how dedicated they are to hosting this event. So I'm very grateful for all your efforts, and we appreciate it, and we're having a fabulous time so far. Of course, we could not be here without the support of WATA. Did I say it right? And Wincinco by virtue of it, WATA. Thank you very much for your sponsorship of this event, and thank you to all the sponsors who came on board to help make this possible. It is one of our 2 premier events in the Caribbean for squash, and it's great that we're having it this year. So thank you. Thanks to everyone who came on board. And finally, I would like to wish all the players best of luck for the rest of the week. Some of you already made your own luck this week, and I wish you continued more success. All played in the spirit of sportsmanship and Caribbean fun. So good luck, and thank you again.
We're asking the president to stay here. Karen will join him up. So we're going to ask one representative from each team to bring their flags folded as a symbol of Caribbean unity. And you're going to come in the order you marched in. So I'll now ask Barbados to come with the flag. Bermuda. Let's keep the applause going. The Cayman Islands. Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago. And the host country, Jamaica. All right, both presidents will symbolically hold the flags together as an indication of Caribbean unity through sport and in particular squash. Thank you very much. You will keep them and return them. All right. We have developed what we call a competitions and a players' creed. So we ask Orson from Barbados to come and do it for the officials. Where's Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? So part of participating in games is that, we understand fair play and what is required. So we hope that the officials and players will do what's right.
In the name of the officials, we promise that we will manage and adjudicate these championships using the rules which govern them, committing ourselves to be fair, allowing the athletes to participate at their best for fair results in the true spirit of the sport.
The player's oath will be read by Taj Lumley from Jamaica.
In the name of the competitors, I promise we shall take part in these championships, respecting and abiding by rules which governs them, committing ourselves to a sport without doping, without drugs, in the spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of the sport and in honor of our teams. Thank you.
Okay, we had hoped that we would have some officials, but we have enough here, so I'm now going to call on our CEO of our main sponsor, Mr. Mahfood. I'll ask Mrs. Slater to join, along with Marva, Dougie, and Karen, for the symbolic cutting of the ribbon to declare the games officially open.
Go in the front.
So we had all these fabulous plans to be outside and so on, and so we have had to make do because of the weather. So Andrew Mahfood, as CEO of the main sponsor, Water, clearly is the man in the hot seat today, and he has company. So we now ask you to cut the ribbon to declare the games officially open. Thank you very much. You say a few words?
I didn't make any prepared comments or anything, but I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure to sponsor this tournament. If the rest of the tournament is going to be anything like we have seen for the first 2 days, the excitement of the game, the competitiveness of the players, the Caribbean spirit, I mean, our brands, Water, all the brands that you see up there, Worthy Park Spirits, the St. Mary's Chips, the Coca-Cola, the Powerade, and of course Water, Cran Water. We export to Barbados, Cayman, Trinidad. We export into Barbados as well. It's just great to have you guys here to watch you compete, and the spirit is just it's been so amazing that, after 2 days, I hope that, Karen, and when the next one comes, you can count on us to sponsor it again, because it's been absolutely amazing. And if I could say a word to Jamaicans who are here in Jamaica and have the opportunity to come and watch and see what this game is about. What you see on the live streaming, which is incredible by SportsMax, by the way, it brings great value to the sport and to the sponsors, but you will not see a match, what it really looks like and feels like, until you see it live. I mean, and I'm so excited to watch the match tonight. Good luck to both competitors. It's going to be incredible. And it's more than 2 competitors, but I saw a game last night with young Cumberbatch and Mr. Jervis, and I was so impressed by what looks to be a future of the game for the Caribbean. So I know he's going to take on the big guy tonight, and we're so excited to watch that. But everyone, thank you for coming out. All the players, best of luck to all of you. Thanks for coming to our country, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. So all is left for me is to say thank you all so much for participating, and we look forward to an exciting end of day 3 and until Saturday. Now, the broadcast is live and delayed on SportsMax. The matches are live on SportsMax for the rest of the evening, and you'll see live and delayed coverage going on for the rest of the week. I think that's pretty much it. And if you have any questions, feel free to talk to Karen and the rest of the team. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much, and welcome again once to Jamaica. All right, so the teams are asked to assemble outside for group pictures very quickly as we get ready for the next set of matches in the evening. So you'll march out as you came in. So we'll go with Barbados first, then Bermuda, then the British Virgin Islands. We'll have some music in the meantime, of course.
Squash alive and well in the Caribbean. The official opening of the 37th Senior Squash Championships here at the Ligony Club in Kingston, Jamaica. 7 countries participating in this year's event, close to 90 competitors. And well, we are down to the individual finals tonight, to be followed, of course, in the coming days by the team competition. The women's third place matchup is coming up round about 5:30 p.m. Jamaica time. That's 6:30 in the rest of the Caribbean. The women's final will follow that, and the men's final will close the show tonight. Unfortunately, the men's third place will not be contested tonight, but it promises to be some wonderful squash here at the Ligony Club in Kingston, Jamaica. We go to a break. When we come back, we'll show you the second semi-final in the men's category from last night. It was a testy affair. You'll want to see it. Microphone check. Oh. Put on your headsets in. Microphone check 345. Microphone check 345. Microphone check 345. Microphone check 345. Microphone check 345.
Test. 1, 2, 3. Test.
1, 2, 3. Sean.
Testing. The Caribbean squash community together again. We are in Kingston for the 37th Senior Caribbean Squash Championships. Tonight we witnessed 3 matches live, the men's and women's finals, along with the women's third place playoff. The men's bronze medal match has been rescheduled. Welcome wherever you are in the world. Once again, SportsMax entering uncharted waters for sports coverage in the Caribbean. We brought you cycling, we brought you rugby earlier this year, and now this beautiful sport, so often unappreciated, makes its way into your living rooms. And what a pleasure it is to bring it to you from the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. Ricardo Chambers alongside 4-time Caribbean Women's Champion Marlene West and Sean Simpson, our 11-time Barbados National Champion, and on multiple occasions has made it to the semi-finals here at the Caribbean Senior Squash Championships. We are standing by for the women's bronze medal match, of course, and that will be between Akila Wilshire and Ashley de Groot, both of Guyana. The players getting ready for battle. Wilshire in the blue, de Groot behind her, and both players getting ready to see if they can snatch the bronze medal here at the Caribbean Squash Championships. Let's start with Wilshire. She lost to the top seed in her semi-final last night, and she'll be looking to improve on that performance. There she is, Akila, as she gets ready for this third place playoff.
Yeah, I think both girls are somewhat equally matched up here. I think this might actually be more contested than the final. I don't know. It's Akila is a hard hitter where Ashley stays quite steady, so it would be a good match, I think.
Yeah, I would agree there, Marlene. I believe this is going to be a pretty evenly contested third place match. Both girls will be hungry for that bronze medal, as Ricardo has mentioned earlier, and we'll see if nerves play any part in these first few rallies of the opening set.
Ashley de Groot, both players representing Guyana. Guyana having all 4 semi-finalists on the women's side, and they can be really proud of what they have achieved here, even with some of their big names not here this year. They have still managed to do brilliantly and showing their depth in the women's game in the Caribbean. Women's third place playoff, Akila Wilshire versus Ashley de Groot. When we come back, we'll have live action from the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. back on your home of champions as we get ready for the women's bronze medal match. Akila Wilshire, right of your screen, going up against Ashley de Groot, left of your screen. And we are that much closer to the start of this contest. And there is Ashley de Groot. Had to go 5 sets in her opening round, the round of 16. That was her first match, beating Emma Turnbull of the Cayman Islands, coming back from 2-1 down to win that contest. She beat Rachel Barnes of Bermuda in the quarterfinal round in straight games, and then lost to Taylor Fernandez in the semi-finals last night. And for Akila Wilshire in the blue, beat Jamaica's Mia Todd in the opening round, straight games, beat Jodie Smith-Padmore in her quarterfinal matchup, and then lost to the top seed Ashley Khalil in semi-final action last night. They are the two getting ready to do battle in this bronze medal match at the Caribbean Squash Championships at the Ligonier Club. Ricardo Chambers alongside Marlene West, 4 times a Caribbean women's singles champion. First won it 1993.
Wow.
You can say that now.
Yeah, that showed my age there. Well, I'm not sure what we were going to expect from Akila. Just, thinking back on her semi-final match yesterday, she was hitting the ball quite hard. As she's a hard hitter, but I think if she learned to control that a little bit more, she would be much better suited for this match today. And hopefully she's gone and done that homework, and it will enable her to stay out there for a lot longer as well.
Sean Simpson, 11-time Barbados national champion, captain of the Barbados volleyball team as well.
Yeah, I think that Akila needs to ensure that she gets her length going today. It's going to be important for both competitors to get their length going and settle those nerves, and hope that they can force some errors out of their opponent's racket.
Well, good start for de Groot.
I need a chip up. Hold on.
That was a very enthusiastic movement there.
Yeah.
And it's tied 1-1 already, and I think, as I anticipated, we will have a few points going back and forth before these girls settle into their own rhythms.
Agreed. Some short rallies so far, and as you said, hopefully the nerves come out and we can get some nice long rallies going on.
I find it's always so important to try and get on the board early. Releases a little bit of the nerves.
True. You see some half opportunities so far from both players, and they're going short and low on the front court, and that shouldn't be the case so early into a rally.
I think, though, I have to say, I think in women's squash tends to be a little bit more different than the men's. The women tend to mix it up a little bit from the get-go, where the guys just kind of, it's almost like a war of attrition sometimes with the men. But I have to say, with what the spectators just onlooking may not know is the tin height on these courts are higher than the norm. So I think that's where we're seeing a lot of the unforced errors when the players are trying to go short, but that's something as a player you have to make that adjustment for the court that you're playing on.
Oh, that's a great cross-court length by Akila. Didn't give Ashley any room to work with to even get a boast going there.
No sustained rallies yet in this opening game.
The girl beside my player. Yeah, kind of cool.
Another unforced arrow. This time from de Groot, and we're all level again. Well, in fact, Wilshire going up by 2 points now.
Yeah, I think consistency is always going to be key here, especially in the first game. If you can limit the unforced errors, I think you will definitely be most better off. And it seems that Akila has figured that out. I know in her semi-final match she did make a few unforced errors in the first game, and that might have been attributed to nerves, but she seems to have figured that out right now.
Also, when she took on Ashley Khalil last night, Ashley did a really good job of keeping that ball in play, remaining patient, forcing her to play more shots and forcing her into more errors. These rallies so much shorter, and she's probably able to just get a little bit more love from those big shots so far today.
Yeah, and so far Ashley isn't targeting Akila's backhand, the right side of the court, as much as she should, given that that's what we consider the weaker side of an opponent's arsenal, and that she's being punished for it at the moment.
I think perhaps her coach needs to remind her she's playing a lefty.
Yeah, I think so.
Sometimes that's often overlooked.
Exactly, you know, playing a left-hander isn't a regular occurrence for right-handed players, so it's just a matter of probably revisiting the drawing board and keeping that in check.
That was a nice reverse post there, and I think that is something that Ashley needs to do more of. She needs to move Akila more around the court. Otherwise, you know, Akila would be in her comfort zone otherwise.
Yeah, the post is such a nice shot to use in the women's game as well. And as you said, if Ashley can implement it a bit more into this game, she may be able to be rewarded for it.
Yes,
Let called, so they'll replay that. The closing within 2 points here in the opening game of this bronze medal match. Remember, all four ladies in the semi-finals from Guyana.
A rush of blood there by Akila. She saw the short shot to play, but she just didn't execute it as well as she wanted to.
Yeah, it seems like she changed her mind, and then that ended up in the unforced error. That is one thing in squash. The ball is moving so fast, and the rallies are so quick that, you know, what you should be training to do is have a natural response rather than, you know, having to think too much.
Pretty much all the girls also spoke about the fact that they know each other so well and how difficult it can be to play an opponent that you have played so many times before. And quite often what happens is that because you know that your opponent is expecting a particular thing, you get into a match like this and you're trying to change things up. And it can often create those unforced errors.
Oh yeah, for sure. I had a lot of battles with Karen back in the day. And you know, we're very best friends, but we used to compete fiercely against each other, and it was never a fun part of our relationship. But it was everything. Once you stepped onto the court, it was every man for himself, so to speak.
I hate when my good friends beat me at anything.
Yeah, Akila got a nice shot there to inch closer to taking this first game. She's really pressuring Ashley in the back corners, and again a nice drive to the back of the court.
Yeah, that was a very, very decisive drive there, and it paid off for her.
Game ball coming up for Akila Wilshire. She continues to be aggressive.
And just like Marlene said, Ashley played a drop shot into the front corner, and those kind of shots are going to be important for her to use to pull Akila forward rather than keeping her in the middle of the court.
It's getting tight here in this opening game.
Game ball.
Another game ball coming up for Wilshire.
I'm sure Wilshire saw the finish line there, but she just rushed it a bit, got a little too soft with her hands, and didn't push that ball right through.
Can she close it out? Oh, brilliant.
That's a great boast by Ashley a while ago. And I think Ashley's starting to recognize what that boast is doing. And it's moving Akila in a manner that she's just not liking and not adapting to.
On for Sarah. Will Ashley take this game on the first asking?
The Grut's opportunity now to go in front in this third place playoff. And she takes it beautifully. Ashley de Groot turns the opening game around. She wins it 12-10. And she's up by a game to love at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica.
Wow, Akila thought she had it there. Yeah. She switched off.
Yeah.
Women's bronze medal match at the Caribbean Senior Squash Championships at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. Both players from Guyana, Ashley de Groot, coming from behind to take the opening game over Akila Wilshire 12-10. And Akila Wilshire had a couple of game balls in that opening game, but unable to close it out. And it will not be easy for her now to regroup and come again for this second game, but that is exactly what she has to do.
Absolutely. It's, you alluded to the depth of the Guyanese team, and as I said, there were 4 Guyanese ladies here, and it's interesting to see, the division in the camp almost. And these, ladies have played with each other so often, so that familiarity is there, but sometimes you do have to put that aside and, and just go for it.
Yeah, I think Akila may be kicking herself having a lead there almost at the finish line, and it clearly shows that she's right there with Ashley. She just needs to ensure that when she gets her opportunities to close it out, don't rush it. Make sure that whatever you did to get to 10 or whatever you did to win the point before, you execute it the exact same way.
Yeah, led 10-8 in that opening game, 2 game balls, unable to convert. And now she has to chase in this third place playoff.
No let.
No let called.
The line is to the left.
Looked to be moving a little bit better to me, Akila Wilshire, at the start of that second game than she did in the first.
Yeah, she's moving a little bit better. She was a little bit late on that one, and she picked, by being late, she picked the wrong line to the ball. I could agree with the referee there as to the no let, because she could have taken that line just to the left of Ashley and gotten the ball.
Yes, let.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Akila pretty much went to the player more so than where the ball was, because I don't think she actually knew where the ball was. So I do agree with the referee's call there.
No,
let called on that latest point. Not sure Akila agrees with it, but
she's trying to go to the ball. It's never too late. The ball is before it. That's key. Stroke. Like that one?
Yeah, she gets the stroke call this time.
Yes, no, absolutely. I think Ashley was trying to go down the line there, and that ball came off the sidewall and unfortunately back to her. So that's definitely the right call.
Once again, a nice boost from Ashley. She's really using that shot to great effect today, and Akila is slow to respond.
I think that comeback in that first game gave Ashley a little bit more confidence. She seems to be playing with a little bit more command right now and taking more control of the rallies. So, and definitely more settled and get it into her rhythm.
And she's also playing more to Akila's backhand, but she's still switching it up, not showing her consistently down that right hand wall. And Akila just forcing another error there.
A lot of errors in this match.
Yeah, early on, both games, a lot of errors.
Perhaps a little bit of nerve still, perhaps, rushing the shot, trying to keep your opponent on the pressure, and that can definitely cause a lot of unforced errors as well. I think the rally before this, where they actually, I think, probably got maybe 15 points going, or 15 rallies going, that's kind of what you're after right now, what they should be focusing on rather than finishing the points. So that might speak to the condition of the girls. If they're not confident in that condition, it might be why they're going for those shots so quickly.
You could definitely see that Wilshire was feeling it towards the end of her semi-final last night, and the players have had a lot of squash in the last 2.5 days.
Yeah, it has been a fairly brutal schedule for them. I mean, to be fair, Caribbean squash has always been like that. I think the players kind of know what they're getting into, and I know for myself, I knew exactly what I was going into. So for a few of the Caribbean championships, I actually didn't play because I knew I wasn't prepared. And when you're not prepared, you actually end up doing yourself more harm than good.
You're hearing from the 4-time champion, Marlene West, 1993, her first title, 2003, her last.
Still playing, still here. Still here. Still at it, still going. Just in a different role, perhaps.
Ashley de Groot with the lead in the second game.
So you can see those back corners are giving Akila a little bit of trouble there.
Yeah.
And perhaps Ashley is figuring that out. You're keeping it nice and deep, especially on that backhand.
As you said, she's come out a little bit more confident with her game plan, and she's sticking to it a lot more. And you see that she's constantly switching as much as possible over to Akila's backhand.
Yeah. I think she's mixing it up quite nicely right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Akila is just not making that adjustment.
Yeah.
Crowd settling in nicely inside the Ligani Club.
Oh, that's a great volley by Akila there.
And it was well needed at this time, because if Ashley had won that point, she would be a lot closer to taking the second game. This pulls Akila back to within 2 points.
Now it's her opportunity to make the comeback, Akila Wilshire. Can she pull it off? Wilshire to serve.
So I see that, we know that Akila is a hard hitter, which she can be. But that last volley drop that she played, that was so effective. I think, if she could bring some more volleys into the match or into her game, I think she'd be much more effective in counteracting Ashley.
Problem is, she's missed so many of those droppers in the last 24 hours.
Volleys don't have to be killing shots. They could be working shots, and she seems to be comfortable, volleying. I think, though, it's a common misconception that a volley has to be a killing shot, but not at all.
Agreed. This game isn't just about hitting it hard. It's about variation of power and height and length. And Akila just needs to, as you said, bring a bit more softness into her volleys, and by playing it a little bit softer, she can obviously aim a little bit higher onto the front wall, and that will reduce the number of errors that she makes.
Well, Ashley de Groot arrives at game ball, and she has 3 of them to go up by 2 games to love in this bronze medal match. And make that complete. No comeback for Akila Wilshire. And it's Ashley de Groot. She came into this tournament as the number 2 seed. She was beaten by Taylor Fernandez in her semi-final last night. But in this 3rd place playoff, she's very much in control. 2 games to love up. Two games out the way in the women's bronze medal match here at the Senior Caribbean Squash Championships. Ashley de Groot leading Akila Wilshire 12-10, 11-7, and it will take something special, you feel, for Wilshire to come back into this match. Physically is where you have to start wondering, first of all, whether she has the type of conditioning, type of fitness to be able to come back from 2 games to love down. This young lady has done brilliantly, though, the number 2 seed in the tournament, lost in the semi-finals, and now looking to capture that 3rd place.
Yeah, Ashley's free-flowing right now. To come back from 2 love down in this match would be a tall mountain for Akila to climb, but you've seen the impossible or the improbable happen in squash before, and every game is a new game. So hopefully Akila can come out in this 3rd game, reset, refocus, and find a game plan that actually can trouble Ashley in this 3rd. Otherwise, Ashley will just continue to flow towards claiming this bronze medal.
The women's bronze medal match to be followed by the championship match, and then the men's championship match to close out the show. 2 more Guyanese women to come in the final, and Chris Binney and Kamal Cumberbatch, Binney of Jamaica, Cumberbatch of Barbados, in the men's championship match.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. One love.
Oh, wow. Hello. I think in squash we call that telephone.
Some taxi. Ashley just leaned to the left, and Akila thought that ball was going to go in the direction Ashley had leaned in, but she sent it right back down the wall straight.
Yeah, that was very, very good hold by Ashley there. And when sometimes in squash, when you hold the ball as long as possible, you break the momentum of your opponent, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, love the drive by Wilshire of her own.
Yes, She's won both points in this game off the volley. The first one was the volley drop, and now she won with a volley straight drive to the back of the court.
Well, there you go, bringing in those volleys, and I think that's going to be the key for Akila here. And hopefully she recognizes that each of those volleys don't have to be a winner. It's just a working shot, or if she's comfortable and in a good position, yeah, you can go for that winner.
This is a good start to the third game for the lefty. She needs it. She's down by 2 games to love. And she's fighting to remain in the match, and she's doing a very good job of it at this stage.
Yes, very, very important start here for her. She definitely needed to turn the tide, and it seems so far in this third, going up 4-1, that she's done that. Let's see if she can maintain and apply a little bit more pressure to Ashley in this third game.
Remember, she did have the lead in the opening game, had 2 game balls at 10-8, and lost the opening game 12-10. Now she's up by 5 points to 1 in this third game.
Oh, goodness.
You don't see that too often.
No, not at all.
You don't. That ball hit right in the space of the door,
yeah,
and ricocheted funny, causing Akila to be further away than she anticipated from the ball. Oh, that's another rush shot there from Akila. She should have taken a bit more time and give herself a better opportunity to maybe taking that ball off the back wall.
This is where she has to be careful, and the unforced errors piling up again.
Yeah, she was just up 5-1, and it's now 5-4. She's really let Ashley off the hook.
We've seen this story before. We're all level again in the third game.
Yep.
And it didn't take a lot of time for Ashley de Groot to pull this one back.
No, four quick points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you have that lead, and something is working, you try to stick with it. I think, there might be that anxiousness that happens, and seems that that's what happened with Akila there.
She's still very much into this game, though.
I think she just needs to do that, hit that reset button and start again. How she started this game is definitely the game plan that she should be sticking with.
All level, 6 apiece, third game. Ashley de Groot in the pink, at least I think that's pink, leading the contest by 2 games to love.
That's a great volley by Ashley. The volley is such an integral shot shot in squash that you take time away from your opponent, and that's really the key to the game.
Agreed there. That volley just applies a bit more pressure, and Ashley's using it to great effect right now in this sequence of the third game. I'm sure she's trying to get home as quickly as possible and not allow Akila any sort of momentum here at all in this third game.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think Ashley would be happy about having to play another game right now. I think she's making a big push to try and close this out.
Yeah, that was such an important point for Wilshire. It was a long rally. Had she lost that, it could have been good night for her. But she's still very much in it at 7-all.
Yes, that was an important point. Very important point. You don't want to get to the business end and be down 2 points. That's a great cross court.
There we go.
By Akila.
2 points in a row for Wilshire. And once again, she is closing in on a game, but can she close it out? Oh,
well done. So that drop wasn't necessarily very close to the tin at all, but it was very effective because it was tight to the wall. So, drop shots don't need to be...
They don't need to be super low or close to the tin.
Yeah.
Just needs to be glued onto that side wall.
Yeah.
Oh. Akila's just been spared by Ashley.
Yeah.
She was down on the ground, down and out, played a bad shot, and Ashley put it into the tin.
Yeah.
She had 2 game balls in the opening game. Now she has 3 to stay in this contest.
She needs to be patient here. She just, as Marlene said, she needs to reset. This is an important point. You don't want to give Ashley any comfort to pull back on another point.
Oh, shot. Wow.
Brilliant.
That is a brilliant boast there by Akila. That's not something that I think we've seen for the match as yet, and that seemed to have gotten her very pumped up.
Very pumped up indeed. She comes up with a magical shot to close out the third game. De Groot still leads, but her advantage has been cut by 1 game. It's 2 games to 1. We'll be back with the 4th shortly. Yeah, the women's 3rd place playoff here at the 2022 Senior Caribbean Squash Championships. Akila Wilshire pulling a game back, winning the 3rd 11-7, now trailing 1-2. Ashley de Groot had come back from 8-10 down in the opening game to win it 12-10, and we very much have a contest on our hands here, and looked at one stage, especially after she allowed the 5-1 lead to slip in the 3rd game, that it might be good night for Wilshire, but unfortunately, for de Groot at least, she wasn't able to drive home that advantage, and Akila came up with some brilliant shots towards the end of that 3rd game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Just looking at the girls right now too. Taj, who was here commentating through the semifinals, he suggested that Akila is very tactical and thoughtful in her game, and it seems to be that she's adding up the numbers and putting her formula into place right now.
2 games to 1.
Yeah, that was an important 3rd game there. It's just to stem the tide a bit. Ashley may be thinking, what do I need to do to close this game out? Whereas Akila now will be thinking, yeah, I need another game here right now.
Well, there's certainly belief back in the Wilshire camp.
Takes a quick first point in this game.
Third game, I thought it was extremely important for her to take the early lead, and in the 4th as well.
Yeah, she's employed the attacking boast once again, just as she did to close out the 3rd. She threw in that boast there to get the 2nd point of this 4th game.
Oh, what a cross-court winner. Oh, she's showing off now, Akila Wilshire.
Yes, it seems like that winning that 3rd game has given her another lease on life, and she's come out here swinging, as you will call it.
And she is swinging well as well. Can just hear her coach in the background telling her not to rush it. But as a player, sometimes it can be so difficult when you're on a roll to hold yourself back as opposed to keep going for it.
Agreed. I could tell you that as a player, when you're in a flow, you could feel that, okay, I'm gonna do this shot, but it ends up being a bad idea.
Yeah, not sure I could relate to that one too much. I was never a shot maker, so my strength was that you were going to stay out there all day. So we just keep going.
And just like that, we're back at 3. We're back level. It's 3-3.
This game seems to be getting a little bit of contentious. There's a lot bit of physicality going on between the girls. I think both of them are recognizing that they really don't want to lose this. So it's become a real battle right now.
Yeah, the shots is not as tight as they were before, which is causing a bit more traffic to happen in the middle of the court. So that's where you're getting a little bit more physicality happening. Hopefully this can tighten up again. Oh,
she's fired up.
Another great volley both. She's really putting in those boths now. As we have mentioned in the first, the both is a great shot to use in the women's game.
I wonder about Akila's fitness, I must admit. She's getting the job done at the moment. Oh.
Great cross-court drop. She just held that ball, forced Ashley to sit on her heels a bit, and once she played that shot, it was going to be difficult for Ashley to get that cross-court drop.
When Wilshire gets it right, it's a delight to watch.
Very, very clinical in her play, as you say, when she does get it right. And she seems to be quite fired up right now. If you would ask me from the beginning, and if we were a betting man on condition, I would have probably given it to Ashley, but it seems like Ashley is slowing down while Akila has just gone into third gear.
We didn't see this in our semi-final. There's another beautiful shot from Wilshire. At no point did she really get fired up in that semi-final as if she really wanted it. We're seeing a different Wilshire in this third place playoff.
Yeah, that was an uncharacteristic return to serve by Ashley, but as Marlene said, maybe she's starting to physically feel it, because she didn't swing right through on that return to serve, and maybe she's starting to fade just a little bit, and Akila's moving from strength to strength.
Oh my word, what a volley.
Beautiful volley. It seems that formula has come together and it is working beautiful.
Some would say she's had so much practice in the last 24 hours, she's finally putting it all together now. Closing in on leveling this match. It looked so unlikely only 10 minutes ago. But it's not over yet.
No
let. Yep. That's perfectly the right call by the referee. Ashley was out of the frame. Akila had all the front court to hit that ball.
Yeah, it's very strange that she hesitated there, because she set herself up nicely to actually finish that point, and she hesitated.
8-6 the score. She has to be careful here. She wins them in bunches, but she also loses them in bunches.
That's a great pickup by Ashley.
Yeah, it's a very close call though. I mean, from here it looked down to me, but obviously she feels that it was up.
Oh yes, she just got it on the replay.
Yeah.
Just got it.
Yeah.
Oh, the referee's actually calling it down.
Yeah.
Wow. That is a massive call.
That is a massive call.
Yeah.
Initially, I thought it was down, but having seen the replay, looked as if she actually just got it.
Yeah. I agree with you there, Ricardo. I thought it was down. See?
Oh no, it clipped the top.
It clipped the tin.
It clipped the top.
The pickup was good, but it just clipped the tin. So right call.
Yeah. Well, he's got some eyes. Wilshire closes in.
Oh, that was very generous by the referee, because she was going completely the wrong way.
Yes, she was going the wrong way, and the ball died in the back of the court as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So she's got a little bit of luck on her side, working for her right now.
Important point here coming up, and Akila's taking that, moving 1 point away from taking this fourth and possibly sending this into a fifth game.
Yeah, so that's what, four game balls that she has right now. Oh, well done.
Oh, she needs only one up the 4. Akila Wilshire with a tremendous comeback here in the women's bronze medal match. For all intents and purposes, she looked out of this one, and she has brilliantly worked her way back in the contest. And at the Ligonier Club in Kingston, Jamaica, these two Guyanese women are fighting for bronze, and we're all square at 2 games apiece. Fifth and deciding game coming up in the women's bronze medal match. Akila Wilshire and Ashley de Groot, both from Guyana, and Wilshire losing the first 2 sets but rallying brilliantly, 11-7, 11-6. Let's not forget she was leading 10-8 in that opening game before de Groot came back to win 12-10, but she has found some added fire and found her way back into this match.
Yeah, Akila has done well to level the scores, and this is going to be an exciting 5th game.
Yeah, for sure. Akila is she's just graduated from medical school, and you know, as doctors are, they're putting things together to try to find a cure, and it seems like she's done just that.
Games are tied at 2 games all.
Well, it's a matter of whether she can complete this surgery successfully. 1 game to decide who wins bronze.
There's also a saying in squash, this is the house, land, and for the bears.
Nice boast by Ashley. She needed that. Akila had just put her under pressure with a nice deep shot.
What's important is that in those 3rd and 4th games, Akila Wilshire was the one who got out to early leads, and de Groot will want to ensure that doesn't happen, and she gets off to a good start here, going up by 2 points to love.
Yeah, and I think for a fifth setter, it's key that you come out with, you know, all your guns blaring, and it seems that's what Ashley has done right now.
Yeah, Ashley looks like she's back finding her lines with her length and not giving Akila too much width on the straight drives to work with.
For want of a better word, she looks pissed off.
It's hard when you've worked your way back. Oh, brilliant drive.
Clean drive. That ball was glued onto the wall. Ashley almost broke her racket trying to play that ball.
No matter what happens in a game, you expect a couple of those from Akila Wilshire. It's a matter of whether she'll be able to produce enough of them to win it.
Right now we're seeing some quality squash from both girls. They're actually really thinking about what they're doing now, and Ashley's trying to move Akila around, and Akila is actually quite tight in her shot, so it really is becoming a little war of attrition right now.
De Groot has done a really good job here to start the 5th. has utilized her minute and a half really well. And she's rolling now.
Ashley's taking the ball in. She's taking the ball very early. She's using the volley. She's taking time away from Akila. She was constantly under pressure in that rally, Akila, and Ashley finished it off with a nice volley drop.
Yeah, I think Ashley has gone back to her game plan in that second game. She's effectively moving Akila around the court again, once again. And, you know, it's paying off right now.
Yep, she's brought back in the boss, just holding a little bit more before playing that shot and getting Akila to sit back on her heels.
Uphill batter for Wilshire now. Let called. They'll replay that point.
Akila just needs to focus on this game. Don't let the referee calls bother her too much. That's a great backhand volley balls.
The good thing about Akila Wilshire is that when she starts putting those points together, she can really string them together in bunches. She needs to do that right here.
Agreed. She needs to at least pull within a point of Ashley and cause her to just worry a bit about this fifth.
There's another one.
3-6.
Let's see if she can get the next.
And it's always one of the great things about players who have big shots, can finish the point quickly. And that, when you play against them, you know they're never really out of it. So you have to remain focused, because with one swing of the racket, they're right back in it.
Yeah, I don't know what Akila is arguing here. She had gone the wrong direction.
I can't hear you. I really can't hear you.
I think, I'm not sure what point she was arguing there, because I think she was anticipating a shot, and that's not what happened. Or the shot that I think Ashley changed it, so she really was going the wrong direction.
Yeah, another great boast from Ashley. She's really brought that back out in the fifth game. You know, she was doing that in the first and second, but she went away from that in both the third and the fourth, and she's brought it back now in the fifth.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when you try to be too creative, it works against you. You know, if a game plan is working.
Oh, what a drop up.
That was great anticipation by Ashley. She took a big lunge just to get to that ball before it bounced twice.
And she's the one just controlling the court now.
Yeah.
Errors are starting to creep in here from Akila. She needs to just settle down. Even though it may be 10-3, I've seen somebody come back and win games from this deficit before.
For sure.
Well, it will take something special. 7 match balls for the bronze medal. And she only needs one. Ashley de Groot defeats Akila Wilshire and secures Casa Senior Bronze at the Ligonier Club in Kingston. She led by 2 games to love. Wilshire pulled it back, leveled the contest, but she had her wits about her. She composed herself. She used her minute and a half at the break really well, and in the final analysis, when it came to the final game, she was a little bit too strong for Akila Wilshire. It is Ashley de Groot who wins it in 5.
Yeah, I think Ashley definitely went back to the game plan. I think perhaps Akila did get a little bit of confidence, but Ashley might have just taken her foot off the gas a little bit, being 2-love up. But it seems that she went back to that game plan and stuck with it.
Yeah, Akila Wilshire actually started this match really well. She took a 10-8 lead in the opening game, but then lost her focus, and de Groot came through to win that 12-10, then looked in control to take the second, and at that stage we thought Wilshire was out of it, but she started coming up with some super shots.
Yeah, she really buckled down. I guess her coach may have given her a formula to work with, and she stuck with it during the third and fourth. And as Marlene said it earlier on at the beginning of the fifth, she really needed to come out there and be confident and settled in her game. Ashley definitely changed up what she was doing in the third and fourth and came back out playing smart squash in the fifth. And that was successful for her.
Yeah, she certainly did come out playing smart squash in the fifth set. Ashley de Groot, the bronze medalist here at the 2022 Caribbean Senior Squash Championships at the Ligani Club. The bronze medal match out the way. We'll hear from the players shortly. De Groot defeating Akila Wilshire in the women's bronze medal match here at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. And we have with us Akila Wilshire. Akila, that was a terrific comeback from 2 games to love down. First of all, just assess that overall performance for me.
Honestly, I think I played really well today. I mean, it came down right to the wire, the 5th game. I think she got some lucky bursts in that last game that got me off guard. I think I played really well though. I mean, I was up the first game and she got some winners to just level it and then finish off 12-10. And then I think she played the better game in the second one, and I just said, okay, I can't let this end. So I tried and gave my all. I knew she was going to be attacking my backhand because that is the weakest spot. I know I have to work on that. So I knew once she put me on the backhand side, I tried to volley it back on her, so try and put her on the pressure. I think that was what changed the game in the third and the fourth. I mean, yeah, the third and the fourth. And then the 5th game, tried to do the same, but the bolt, she keep putting some good bolts that, you know, put me off guard, and I think that she made a better game, but congrats to her.
Yeah, that first game, I mean, it was the first game, but when you look back at the contest now, you think also important when you led 10-8. Do you feel like you lost focus in any way?
I don't think I did lose focus. I mean, I just made some unforced errors, like I drop it in the tin, but really and truly, I mean, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you just have to move on to the next point. She got the first game, so I just had to focus on the next, couldn't focus on that.
Well, thank you very much on being part of a brilliant match. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and all the best going forward.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I just want to say congrats again to Ashley. She really deserves it.
All right, awesome. And let's have a quick word with Ashley de Groot, the bronze medalist. Ashley, no doubt disappointed last night not being able to win and get into the final. But talk to me about how you're feeling 24 hours later to win the bronze medal
there's
here.
a lot of matches in the last 2 days because we had like doubles. Me and Ashley won the doubles earlier today, so that was great. It was really nice to have a win tonight after a disappointing performance last night. Akila played really well, but I was glad to keep my head on and fight through till the end.
Yeah, talk to me about the contest. You were down early in that first game, managed to recover and win it, went up by 2 games to love, and then she came roaring back.
Yeah, I think I to be honest, I got a little comfortable to love up, and I lost a little focus. So it was just about pulling myself together in that 5th game and staying on top of it, knowing that I had the fitness and the strength to go through and take that fit.
And what does it mean to you to be a CASA senior bronze medalist?
It means a lot to me, and I'm really happy to share it with all my teammates because we have the girls in the finals and Akila bringing 4th, so that's amazing.
Well, Guyana's female squash looks great, and you're a big part of that. So congratulations on your bronze medal tonight.
And I would just like to say a big thank you to SportsMax because I think this is the first time, at least in Guyana, we've seen squash on TV, and everyone's really hype about it. So thank you guys for doing this.
Well, thank you very much as well for making it so good to watch.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Ashley de Groot, the bronze medalist in the women's singles here at the Caribbean Senior Squash Championships. We will be back with more action from the Ligani Club, and when we come back from this break, we're going to be focusing on the women's final. 2 more Guyanese in action. 2022 Senior Caribbean Squash Championship at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. We're ready for the Women's Championship match. Ashley Khalil versus Taylor Fernandez, the two players from Guyana. We've already seen the third place playoff, which of course went to another Guyanese, Ashley de Groot. Let's see what the final has to offer. There's Taylor Fernandez, the 24-year-old semi-finalist in 2019. She'll be playing in her first senior CASA final, returning after the birth of her daughter, and says that being a mother has made her more patient, and it has helped her squash game, and it has helped her to the final of the Caribbean Senior Championship.
Welcome to the finals of the 2022 Water Caribbean Area Squash Association's Senior Championships. First, allow me to acknowledge our sponsors. Water, the Tourism Enhancement
Taylor
Fund,
Fernandez focused.
Jamaica Olympic Association.
Her sister Nicolette Fernandez got to as high as 19 in the world.
SportsMax, the Ligani Club.
Her cousin got to as high as 19 in the world. So much has happened in the last 4 years. And here she is with a chance at being champion.
Tonight, a new Caribbean Women's Champion will be crowned.
The stadium announcer going through the pre-match rituals. The players ready, quite likely anxious to take the court. I'm sure Marlene never had to wait this long before she took the court. Come, for what, 5 finals?
It's been too long now, I don't remember. But no, for sure. No, it happens, especially in the bigger events. You do have the whole protocol to go through, and you're waiting for, whether it's the music people to be ready and stuff. So sometimes you do have that wait. Sometimes it does add to that, the nerves.
Yeah, I would add to that, Marlene, that even though you may be sitting and waiting here, one of the key things that both athletes would hope to do in their warm-up is to get as much of those nerves out of their system as possible. You won't get all out because obviously it is a big occasion for both young ladies. They will be both wanting to get their hands on the cup and etch their names into the history books and join you as a champion of the Caribbean area.
Yeah, I think if there's one that I would, I should say 2 of my championships that I'll definitely remember. It's my first one because it was somewhat nostalgic because I remember the first time I played senior championships. I ended up being ranked 10th.
Yeah, Ashley Khalil, the 29-year-old from Georgetown, 3 CASA Senior semi-finals before this tournament, and she's made it to her first final. Came in as the top seed. Taylor Fernandez seeded 3-4 in this tournament. And doesn't matter the seedings at this stage. What matters is that you are here, you are in this big match, and it's at this stage that you want to play your very best squash, and that is what these 2 players will be looking to do. Here's how they got to this stage. Ashley Khalil, top of the bracket there. She beat Michaela Rensburg of Bermuda in the opening round, Marie-Claire Bacant of Trinidad and Tobago in the quarterfinals, and Akila Wilshire in the semi-final. And then you could say middle of the bracket, Taylor Fernandez, she beat Tessa Martin of Trinidad and Tobago in straights, Savannah Thompson of Jamaica in straights, and Ashley de Groot in straights as well, the number 2 seed, her Guyanese counterpart last night in their semi-final. She's been really impressive, Taylor Fernandez, and if she continues to play the way she has played in this tournament, she will be difficult to beat. But Ashley Khalil knows how to beat her. She did beat her at the Guyana Nationals earlier this year, so she takes confidence into this match. But you also have to think that that was so early in the comeback of Taylor Fernandez, that victory in March, and she clearly has worked and gotten better since that time, and it will prove even more difficult to beat than she was a few months ago. Women's Championship match coming up here at the 2022 Senior Caribbean Squash Championships at the Ligony Club in Kingston, Jamaica. The 29-year-old Ashta Khalil taking on the 24-year-old Taylor Fernandez. Their first opportunities to win a Caribbean Senior title, and let's see how this one will unfold. Ricardo Chambers alongside Marlene West, 4-time Caribbean champion on the women's side, and Sean Simpson, the 11-time Barbados national champion. Lady and gentlemen, who are you favoring in this final?
I'll let Marlene. I'll go first. I think this one will go to Ashley 3-1. I just think that she has the match experience going into this final over Taylor, because she had the Birmingham Commonwealth Games, and I think that's going to be important. Whereas Taylor, yes, she's had time since nationals and she's been on court and looking good in this tournament. I just think that being under that pressure at the Commonwealth Games, if Ashley comes under that, she may be able to handle whatever Taylor throws at her.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. But, you know, what I've seen of Taylor is, even though she might not be as sharp as she has in the past because she's just getting back, but she seems to have a little bit more tenacity. I think if she can keep consistent in terms of minimizing her unforced errors, I think I might actually give this one to Taylor.
Yeah, well, Sean said that he expects Ashley to win in 4 games. That's exactly the scoreline from their meeting earlier this year, and she would love to repeat that. But you get the feeling it will be a tougher match tonight. Women's Championship for the Caribbean title of 2022. Some great women have won this in the past. Sue Lawrence, Leta Johnson, the most successful, alongside Nicolette Fernandez of Guyana with 6 titles. Lawrence Johnson represented Jamaica. Marlene West, my co-commentator, 3rd on that list with 4 titles. And back in that period, when Marlene and Sue would have played, the championship would have been held every 2 years. And so they wouldn't have had as many opportunities to win titles.
But it just means we were consistent for a lot longer.
It sure does. Won your first in 1993. Sue, I think, won her first in 85, if I'm not mistaken. Won a couple in the 90s, in the 80s, and again in the 90s. We're away for this championship match. What an opportunity for these ladies.
Yeah, it's an excellent opportunity for them. You know, Sean says that Ashley has that experience coming off of Birmingham, but you know, sometimes you know, when you're in such a higher level competition, you don't have any expectations for yourself, and you're there for experience, and you just soaking stuff up. At this stage, both girls, they do have a lot of expectations for themselves, and it's, you know, they know they can be very competitive. So I think that sometimes that helps the nerves as it comes into playing the match.
Even start here. Taylor has come out spanking the ball. A couple of winners already. Couple of unforced errors as well.
Couple of unforced errors, and Ashley seems to be employing lifting the ball a bit more rather than engaging Taylor in any hard low shots, but she's now seemingly changed that tactic and taking a nice shot into the front left corner to win that 3rd point for her. 4th point, sorry.
Ashley has turned this opening game around after the fast start from Fernandez.
Once again, you see Taylor using the bow switch. Ashley did to great effect. As I said, the bow in the women's game is a very effective shot to use.
Handout 5-3.
Yeah, it seems like Ashley is actually a little bit more in command and more settled right now. It seems that she is settled in more so than Taylor, and as Sean has said, maybe that too is one of the benefits of playing in higher competition.
Yeah, Taylor's freely swinging here. She's really trying to move the ball around, but sometimes when you're using so much power, you lose a little bit of control in where you're going to place that ball. But great cross court. She jumped on that early, didn't let Ashley settle at all.
Whenever she's gotten that short ball, whenever she's gotten those opportunities, she has taken full advantage. There's another free-flowing swing for a winner.
6-4.
But the consistency will matter, and no player on the women's side in this tournament has been more consistent than Ashley Khalil.
Yeah, she's going to be hungry for this one. I think this first game is going to be critical for both players, just to establish a bit of dominance and settle those nerves, as Marlene said earlier.
7-4.
Yeah, for sure. Ashley is a player where you have to win your points. She's not necessarily going to give you a whole lot. So you won't see a whole lot of unforced errors from her, as you might have seen with many of the other girls.
Stroke to Khalil. 8-4.
Opening up a 4-point lead.
Yeah, that, as I said, just using a bit too much power at the moment, Taylor, and she's spraying the ball a bit, giving Ashley those angles and other opportunities to have the lets being asked. That is a great hold by Taylor, just catching Ashley flat-footed, and then she had to take off to try to pick up that ball in the front right corner.
Yeah. Yeah, the hold in squash is such an effective tool. Not many master it. In fact, I don't think I've mastered it myself. But it's so effective in just taking the momentum from your opponent.
Oh, a couple of great gets from Taylor Fernandez, and then finishes it with the forehand winner.
As you see there, Taylor just jumped on another loose ball from Ashley, and is using that power to devastating effect.
Well, she's rallying brilliantly back into this game.
Well, she's starting to minimize the unforced errors, which is going to be very key. If she can keep those down, then I think she really has a chance here.
Ooh, that was lovely backhand cross-court volley by Taylor. Ashley was looking for it straight, and Taylor took it into the cross-court, just changing direction at the last second.
Very much worthy of a final so far.
Yeah.
Important.
Important. This is a critical juncture here. You know, tied up at 8-all. The winner of this next point is going to be feeling a lot more relaxed.
Not that is always a good thing.
Not up.
That was very well done by Taylor there. She just took the tempo off of that ball completely. And if she can continue that variance, again, it's just another niche in the armor for her.
It's early days, but this is the highest level I think we've seen in the last 2 days on the women's side.
Yes, for sure. I think it appears that they're both bringing the best out in each other right now. And that familiarity helps as well.
Oh, lovely. Ashley set that out with a great drive down the left wall. Taylor was forced to play a defensive boss, and it sat up nice enough for Ashley to just comfortably slot that in as a drop. Tied up at 9-0. Who's going to win this next point?
Big one coming up.
Out of court.
Oh.
And now 10-9. Game
that is going to be costly, or is it not? Let's see. 10-9. Game ball.
Taylor Fernandez with an opportunity to go in front. She takes it. Taylor Fernandez recovers brilliantly to take the opening game in the women's championship match. The 24-year-old with the early lead here in Kingston.
Yeah, I think that serving out in a match like this is kind of a big no-no. That it just reminds me of a match I was playing, and I did the same thing. When I came off court, that was the only thing my dad had to say to me. He had no other word of advice, but he says, "I can't believe you serve out." But that surely would have gotten into Ashley's head a while ago, I think.
Women's Championship match here at the Senior Caribbean Squash Championships at the Ligonier Club in Kingston, Jamaica. Taylor Fernandez, the 24-year-old, leading Ashley Khalil by a game at 9-all on serve from the number 1 seed Ashley Khalil, and now she has to come from behind in this tournament. That's the first game dropped for her in the 2022 Caribbean Championship, so now she has to find a way to come from behind.
Yeah, Ashley will probably be slapping herself for serving out at 9-0. But it was a very evenly contested first game. Both ladies tried to establish their dominance in that game. Great lengths, great volleys. You saw everything coming out in that first game, and hopefully we can see another evenly contested second game here.
Really good quality in the first game. Let's see if they can maintain that level. Oh, that's a good way to start.
I think Taylor recognizes that perhaps she may not be able to stay out there for very long, so she has to put that pressure on early. And you know, that first game is very key. And she seems to be continuing it right here. That has given her some fuel, and she's playing a lot more confident right now.
Sure.
And the only way Ashley's going to counteract that is by being tight, and that was very well done there by Ashley.
Yeah, Ashley's just weathering this storm here. Taylor's really swinging at the ball, putting a lot of pace behind her shots, and as you said, she's still able to control and get the ball back into play.
Stroke to Fernandez. Hand up, 2-1.
Yeah, that is a correct call. The that ball was far from being down. And perhaps Taylor went the wrong way at first, but she was definitely able still to play the ball in the other direction.
Your call.
I think Taylor may be questioning that pickup from Ashley. It looked good to me on reflection. Initially I was wondering about it as well, but it was critical.
Yeah. Oh, well done.
Nice.
Very well done.
Very well done there by Taylor. I mean, Taylor is actually mixing this game up quite nicely. She was going for hard cross courts before, and now she just went hard down the line. So Ashley is guessing right now.
Yeah. It says she's really swinging, but here goes Ashley employing a bit of power on her own.
Showing that she has the ability to do that as well. You don't often get two players playing at their best at the same time, especially in a big match like this.
Yeah, you know, tight second game so far at 4-3 to Ashley. I think this game is going to kind of mirror the first. It's going to be evenly balanced all the way through.
5-3.
Khalil did lead in the opening game as well. I think she was up 8-4 at one stage.
6-3.
Opening up a gap once more.
Again, Taylor using the balls
very effectively.
Very effectively. I think almost every time she's used that attacking ball, she's won the point. Oh, that was a rush of blood.
Yeah. Almost unnecessary right there.
Yeah. All she needed to do was to slot that in as a volley drop in the right front corner.
Yeah.
In the very situation, or at least very similar situation to what she was in the opening set, Taylor Fernandez. Starts her fight back.
Hand out, 5-7.
I can see Ashley's kind of lifting the ball a bit, inviting Taylor to go for the volley hard and low, and I think she's seen Taylor hit a couple of those into the tin, and she's willing to risk that at this stage.
That's a gamble right there, because you know, if Taylor figures out that she doesn't have to do a hard and low volley every time, because she volleys quite well, if she can vary that a little bit, then Ashley's going to be in trouble. Perhaps she's banking on her not to think about that.
Yeah. Sometimes you're baiting your opponent into one style and hoping they don't figure out what you're doing. But Ashi's up here 10-5.
Yeah, she seems
Game
to.
ball.
She's doing what Ashton Khalil does. She's finding a way. First of 5 game balls.
Stroke to Khalil.
Stroke. And that completes the second game. Ashton Khalil, the number 1 seed, the 29-year-old, had never been to a CASA senior final before, went behind, but she knows what she's about, and now we're level in the championship match at the Ligoni Club in Kingston. A very important 3rd game coming up. You're watching live coverage of the 2022 Senior Caribbean Squash Championships from the Ligoni Club in Kingston, Jamaica. The women's championship match locked at a game apiece. Ashton Khalil and Taylor Fernandez, both of Guyana. Fernandez taking the opening game 11-9. Khalil, the top seed, responding by taking the second 11-5. And now we're at the all-important 3rd game. It's best of 5, so still a long way to go potentially, but that was an important 2nd game victory for the top seed Ashton Khalil.
Yeah, that was important. She didn't want to go down 2 games to love against Taylor, and she stepped up a gear there in the second game, whereas Taylor went down, trying to employ too much power, went away from a bit more control that she had in the first, and she paid the consequences of that. Let's see how this 3rd goes. Ashley's kind of started the same way she finished, just setting up with those nice soft hands in the front corner. Oh. Yeah, that ball was down. That was a crisp cross-court kill from Taylor.
Yesterday we spoke about the number of top women who are not at this tournament, including Nicolette Fernandez. I love the shot. The 2019 champion, the 6-time champion, Karen Meekins, who I think has the unenviable record of losing the most Caribbean finals, all of 7.
Ouch. That has to be heartbreaking. But she eventually got.
She did.
Yeah, I'm sure she did.
Yeah, I think Karen won maybe 2, 3, and unfortunately for her, a lot of those finals came against Nicolette Fernandez, and obviously, as you explained, Nicolette was pretty much heads and heels above everyone else in the women's field during her reign.
Yeah. And we haven't mentioned Megan. Megan isn't here either, Megan Best, and Megan is quite formidable in her own right. She came out of the junior program, and I think she played seniors as a junior and was one of the top senior women as a junior.
Yeah, a 2-time champion. Megan Best lost in the 2019 final. It is the turn of Khalil and Taylor Fernandez.
Oh wow!
That is beautiful.
That's not very often you see that in the women's game, and it's normally the guys that are trying to pull those little trick shots off. That was very well done by Ashley.
Yeah, and she probably brought her badminton background into that shot, using a lot of risk going cross court.
Yeah, Ashley seems to be very much in control of this match and this game right now. Her confidence level has just gone up another notch, I think. And her consistency is what's really keeping her there. You know, as I said, you're going to have to win the points. She's not going to give you any.
There's a composed nature about how she's playing at this stage, Ashley Khalil.
Stroke to Khalil. Hand out.
Sure, Taylor didn't mean to play that particular shot through the middle, but it was very fortunate. It was unfortunate for her, but fortunate for Ashley, because Ashley was going the wrong direction.
Yeah, absolutely.
7-2.
The most one-sided game we've seen so far in this match.
Yeah, as Marlene said, Ashley's just playing a lot more composed. Winning that second game has given her that fresh breath of life, and she's come out here just playing very easy and composed.
And Taylor does not look to be moving as well as she might have earlier in the contest.
Yeah, I think her whole demeanor right now is down. You know, she's looking down, her shoulders are down, where, you know, she may not be playing the best that she could or as well as she wants to, but that's when you really have to try and keep your head up and get into the next point.
She's barely making attempts at the ball at the moment.
Yeah, even though you're down, you really need to give up your all just to create a little bit of momentum going into the next game.
Didn't see that coming. All too easy in the third game for the top seed Ashley Khalil, and she has turned this championship match around from 1 game to love down. She is 2 games to 1 up. Ashley Khalil has tried for years to get to this stage, a championship match in the Caribbean Championships, and she's finally here and she's making full use of it. She leads by 2 games to 1 over the 24-year-old Taylor Fernandez, making a comeback after the birth of her daughter. And here she is in a final, but she's up against it tonight, against a woman who is clearly on a mission. She said after her quarterfinal that I've been in 3 semifinals before, and I hope this is the year that I can make progress beyond that. She has done that. She's into the big match, and she wants to claim it here. These opportunities don't always come often, and so when you get them, you have to capitalize, and Ashley Khalil is doing just that.
Almost every game, we started every game, she's been back on court first, and that shows you someone who is very focused and wants to get on with it.
No let.
No let called.
I'd love to see that replay again. I thought there was something there just for Taylor. Let's see this replay. Ooh.
I'm not sure she could have swung through for that one. I mean, I was not thinking stroke, but perhaps I would have given her the let.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Just because Ashley was coming back into Taylor's path just a little bit, but you know, the ref has their own line of thinking.
I think here Ashley is getting a little drawn into Taylor's game here. I was saying in the break to Sean that, you know, Taylor's a hard hitter and Ashley has done a good job of varying the pace. And when somebody slows the ball down, you have to generate your own power. And that might be taken a little bit out of Taylor as well. So Ashley needs to recognize that and not do that hard hitting with her. Then she'll be much better off, I think.
Cross.
There goes that backhand again.
Yeah. Taylor almost gave up on a particular shot in that rally after playing both, but then Ashley kind of hit it back to her, bringing her back into the rally.
Yeah.
Khalil.
Taylor Fernandez is up against it here.
Yeah.
She's down by 2-1, and the fourth game seems to be slipping away midway.
Yeah, she's going to have to try something different here, but I don't know if she's going to be clear-headed. But she's definitely got to try something different. The hard hitting is not going to work against Ashley. She's too composed and she's too confident at this moment.
I think the only way Taylor is going to counteract Ashley is to keep her in the back of the court, you know, keep that length strong, because she's trying to move her to the front, but Ashley's actually moving well. Unfortunately for Taylor, to do that, it means that your conditioning has to be spot on, and I'm not sure it's quite there for her yet.
Yep, another case there. Taylor drew Ashley forward, but Ashley was quick on that ball, counter drop. And Taylor was late to getting up in the front court.
I'm not sure she has the legs here.
Yeah, you know, being a hard hitter like Taylor, Marlene has said in the break as well, it takes a lot of energy out of you, and to maintain that for 4 games, you're not going to have the legs, especially what Ashley's doing. She's using the ball, she's using the drop, and asking Taylor to move into all the corners.
Yeah, Taylor trying to control the tee, but Ashley Khalil just proving too skilled.
Ashley's loving that backhand. That backhand.
She's not missed one for the night.
Not at all.
And here she arrives at 8 championship balls.
Ooh, Taylor had given up again.
I think she did, yeah.
But she played an awesome shot and forced the error from Ashley. There she goes, another great serve, and she's got another point. Can she somehow muster up another one, or will Ashley take this one?
6 remaining. And she needs no more. Ashley Khalil from Guyana, champion at last. First time in the championship match, and she delivers brilliantly, coming from a game down. And she is the one celebrating for Guyana tonight. She has the Caribbean title. What a moment.
Yeah, that was very, very well deserved by Ashley. She obviously had a game plan and executed it very well. This was going to be Taylor's game to try and change, but Ashley was going to be consistent all night. She was willing to stay out there all night to make this happen.
Yeah, I expected a high quality final, and I think we got that tonight in the ladies final here. Both women were hungry. Taylor came out firing, and Ashley may have been just a bit rocked by the firepower of Taylor when she was fresh, but she eventually got over that, and she was able to, as Marlene had said before, she just diffused that power as much as possible, employing a change of pace and eventually moving Taylor around.
Yeah, let's look at the highlights from this match, the opening game. Taylor Fernandez came out swinging at a couple of winners, a couple of unforced errors as well. Then both players raised their level midway that first game. Towards the back end, an arrow from Khalil on the serve, and Fernandez took the opening game, but from there it was all Ashley Khalil.
Yeah, for sure. I think that first game, perhaps, I don't know if it's a little bit of nerves, but maybe Ashley's a slower starter, but she seemed to certainly get better with each point.
Yeah, she definitely got better with each game or each point, as you said, and she eventually found her length. She obviously found that backhand cross court volley kill, and she kept going for it. It kept coming off, and that's a sign of someone who's confident and free flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. She was having a time with that backhand jump.
Yeah, and I'm sure she's quite happy right now, having taken her first Caribbean senior title.
She has looked so focused throughout this entire campaign, and she's gotten the job done. She did admit that being the number one seed came with some amount of pressure because of the expectation to win when you're in that position, but she has done exactly that, and she is champion of the Caribbean. Well, the Caribbean Squash Championships at the Ligue Club in Kingston, Jamaica. We've just completed the women's final, and Ashley Khalil taking that over Taylor Fernandez in 4 games, coming from a game down to win. And we have Taylor Fernandez with us. Taylor, it must have been special to compete in your first Caribbean senior final on the losing end today. First of all, just talk to me about that matchup.
It was a tough one, as it usually is, but I gave my best, went out there strong and just went out fighting. Of course, it came up just short, but I feel like I played well. Could have been a bit better, but all in all, I'm happy.
What was the game plan going out there tonight?
The game plan was just stay basic, stay sharp, and just don't let my nerves overcome me, which I think I handled that well, but just the body couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, you know, how was this match different, if any at all, from when you guys met earlier this year at the Guyana Nationals?
well, both of us are a lot fitter, and I would say our shots are a lot better. But we played so many times, and every time we play, I feel like we come out with different shots or better ways in which we should be playing or how to compete against each other. So I would say it was a great match.
Yeah, coming back from the birth of your daughter and making the final here, I'm sure you probably have a few words to say to her back home and to all the Guyanese who are watching this broadcast right now.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for all the support. I couldn't be happier, so hi to everyone.
All right, well, take care, Taylor, and great job getting to the final.
Thank you.
Ashley Khalil is the champion of the Caribbean. She wins the women's senior title, and what a way to do it, coming from a game down and securing victory. First of all, Ashley, how does the reality compare to the dream of winning the Caribbean squash title?
I really don't think it's sunk in as yet, but I'm extremely happy it's over, and it happened to finish in my favor, so to say I'm happy is an understatement.
You know, you went down a game in that final. How were you able to compose yourself and produce the quality squash that you did for the next 3 games?
Taylor came out firing in the first game. She was hot. She's always a tough opponent to play with her height, with her pace. And in the first game, I just tried to stay in the points as much as possible. It didn't go in my favor. She won it, but I made sure, I told myself going into the second game, I'm going to keep the same composure. I'm going to keep up the pressure. And thank goodness it paid off in the end.
That out serve at 9-all in the opening game, how much did that affect you, if any at all?
Pardon, sorry?
That out serve at 9-all in the opening game, how much did that affect you, if any at all?
It was a rookie mistake, but I tried to leave that point behind me and just go to the next point. There's nothing I could do with that point, so it made no sense for me to bring it into the next point. It was a crucial point. It was my mistake, so I paid fit by losing the game, and I had to build from that, come back.
Yeah, you did a brilliant job of that. So many are watching back home in Guyana. An opportunity to say hello.
Definitely, my parents, my sister, my nephew are all back in Guyana. Thankfully, my brother's here with me. The entire Guyana who's looking, who's supporting, big up yourself. I got to thank our sponsors for making it possible for us to be here. SportsMax for covering it and giving us coverage so my parents could see our entire support system in Guyana to see. Thank you so much, SportsMax. It's definitely, it's overwhelming, but I'm very happy with the outcome.
We can see that. Congratulations. It's been a long time in coming. Pointed out, you've been to many semi-finals, you finally break through, and you finally win it. You're Caribbean champion. Congrats again. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ashley Khalil, champion of the Caribbean in the women's singles here at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. We still have the men's final to come. Chris Binney of Jamaica, the 9-time champion, will be taking on the 20-year-old Camel Cumberbatch of Barbados. We'll be back. women's final is all the way, and we have a packed venue getting ready to witness the men's championship match at the 2022 Caribbean Area Squash Championships for the seniors. It's Chris Binney, the 9-time champion, seeking a record-extending 10th crown, taking on the 20-year-old from Barbados, Camille Cumberbatch. That's the matchup, and I tell you what, it is a tantalizing matchup as well. Ricardo Chambers alongside men's singles semi-finalist Julian Jervis from the Cayman Islands and first vice president of Jamaica Squash Association Joe Levy to take you through this contest. There's the 20-year-old Joe Levy. There's the man of the moment, Chris Binney, 33 years old now. Chris Binney, 9 titles he has to his credit, and as usual he has a big smile on his face. This young man has won everything at the junior level and he's been drawn into a smile, but he knows this is a serious occasion.
Yeah, Chris looking very relaxed. I think he's been there, done that. 9-time champion going for his 10th. But you know, you can see there he's intense, he's focused, he knows what it takes.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel that Kamal, it's become his standard to have this very casual, relaxed look about him when he goes onto court and even when he plays. But you can know fully that he is gunning for this title.
For sure he is. He pointed out last night, Camille Cumberbatch, that this man has done it. He knows that. But he also said, I'm the future of Caribbean squash. And there are many who believe that. Julian Jervis might have a little thing to say about that.
Oh, I most definitely do.
But there's a lot of talent there, no doubt about it, for this 20-year-old.
Yes, most definitely. He's proven it on the junior scene, and even internationally as a junior, he's played in many international tournaments. He has a lot of experience coming in. Even though he's only 20 years old, I believe he's played just as many junior casas as I have, which is an amazing achievement, as being that I'm 4 years older than him. So he's coming into this with a wealth of experience and knowledge about the game, and I feel as though he's going to be taking it very seriously, and he's not going to look at Chris as, although we all have a lot of respect for Chris and we see him as an icon and a legend of the sport, he's not going to be looking at Chris as that legend and icon. He's going to be seeing him as a competitor, and I think he's going to be looking to break him down.
Comes in with a lot of squash under his belt, and this young man did compete at the Commonwealth Games, got to the consolation doubles final, and he did lose to a team that included my co-commentator.
Yeah, I guess he got a little bit of revenge, but I still feel a little bit of good from that, yeah.
And this tournament beat Kassan Abesekara of the Cayman Islands in the opening round 2-2 and 5, and Jason Ray Khalil of Guyana in the quarterfinal round 8-4 and 4, and then in a testy semi-final last night and got the better of Julian Jervis in 5 games. He has a lot of confidence, he has a lot of belief, and so many individuals talking about a possible changing of the guard and whether that could start tonight. The entire Jamaican support here will hope that it doesn't start tonight, because Chris Binney is going for something historic, something special. But this young man clearly has a lot of talent, and his toughest test awaits him right here in this championship match.
And I think he's a man with a point to prove. He spoke last night in his interview about being a very young number 2 seed and wanting to prove that he deserved that, and I think he did by making it to this final, and so he wants to make most of that opportunity that he has right now.
The future and possibly the present. Is he the heir apparent? Does he have what it takes to take the title tonight? Welcome, Barbados' own Camille Cumberbatch.
Camille Cumberbatch of Barbados, a serial winner at the junior level, steps into the senior ranks and is about to undertake, quite likely, his toughest test ever.
Most definitely. You know, Chris coming onto court now is a fierce competitor, very well-rounded player, you know, and it's going to be interesting to see what Kamal can put together to try and break him down.
He is the #1 player in Jamaica and the #1 player in the Caribbean.
Nervous smiles, I think, amidst the seriousness of the occasion.
A record 9 regional titles. Association Tour.
Big up, Chris.
He has been undefeated at these championships for over a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, the defending champion, the man to beat, Jamaica's finest, the Caribbean's best, Chris Binney.
What an outstanding player he's been, Chris Binney. Won his first title in 2009. And he's been so difficult to beat since then. And here he is once more in familiar territory in a Caribbean Championship final. Here's a look at how they got to this stage of the competition. Chris Binney, top of that list. And as you would expect, he pretty much cruised through his rounds two at St. John of Barbados in the round of 16. Chase McQuan of Trinidad and Tobago in the quarterfinals, and Alex Arjun last night in his semi-final. And then for Cumberbatch, as I said earlier, beat Abisekara of the Cayman Islands in straight. So too Jason Ray Khalil of Guyana and Julian Jervis. They went 5 in quite likely the match of the tournament so far, and some would be hoping that we'll get another match of the tournament for this championship battle. The men's singles final at the Caribbean Senior Squash Championships for 2022 is coming up on your home of champions. Chris Binney, Jamaica, Kamel Cumberbatch, Barbados. The battle begins after this break. Jamaica's Chris Binney is chasing history here tonight. He's trying to become the first player to double-digit number of titles at the Caribbean Squash Championships. He has 9. He's looking for his 10th, and standing in his way is the 20-year-old Barbadian Camel Cumberbatch, coached by Sean Simpson, and Sean just giving him final advice ahead of this championship battle. Chris Binney has been there, done that. He knows how to handle himself in these occasions, in these situations. Camel Cumberbatch has done it at the junior level, and he steps up to the big times now, trying to do just the same. Which way will this battle go? We've got Joe Levy and Julian Jervis, who will help to tell us what to expect.
Well, I don't know what to expect, but I'm very interested to see what Cumberbatch's tactics are going to be tonight. Last night, he clearly came out to try and slow down the game against Julian. You were trying to push the pace, he was trying to slow it down. So it's interesting to see if he'll try that same tactic against Chris and how effective that would be.
Yeah, most definitely, and we all know that Kamal enjoys his trick shots and his drop shots to the front of the court. Against a player as attritional as Chris, I feel as though before even starting the match, I feel as though he'll have the idea in his head that might not be too intelligent of him, because as soon as he starts to open up the court a bit too much, he'll find himself under a lot of pressure. So I assume that he'll try to keep the rallies quite attritional as himself, and look for the openings, but try to play, as we would say, smart on court, like smart squash. But whereas in other matches, he'd be a little bit more flashier. But we'll see what he goes with. I know from playing him, I'd say his backhand side, the back corner of the backhand side is where he gave me the most of his errors. So I feel as though he'll try to keep the ball away from that area of the court. But we will see it, because it obviously depends on what kind of tactics Chris himself uses.
Always want to get on the board early, and he's done that. Chris Binney got to the semi-finals of the Caribbean Championship all the way back in 2007. He lost to a Cumberbatch, Gavin, who went on to win the title. Since then, he's been so difficult to beat. Has only lost once to Richard Andrew Chin of Guyana in the 2010 final, I think it was.
And I think what we'll see here from Chris is pushing the pace early. He uses long wingspan to try and cut the balls off and really push the pace and put the pressure on Kamal early. In his being his first final, he may be feeling some of that pressure, although he does look very relaxed coming out.
Yeah, most definitely. I'd say as somebody that's played Chris now, I played him once in 2018, I believe, in the Pan Am Championships, and I came out firing in the first game. I won, I believe, like the first 5 points or so, and right after those, I feel like during those 5 points, it felt as though he was like creating a bit of a mental map as to what it is that I'm good at, and then just tried to nullify exactly that corner of the court that I was good in. And so I feel as though that's what we're going to be seeing from him in these initial maybe 5 or 6 points, is him just drawing that same mental map as to what to expect from Kamal, as though I believe they haven't have played as yet. So for these first few points, I won't expect too much. I won't expect to be making any sort of prediction based on these first few points. I feel as though Chris is just going to be feeling these first few points out, and then from there he's going to be nullifying the area of the court that he thinks that Kamal is the best at, because I feel as though Chris's biggest attribute, although he is a very well-rounded player, he has a lot of skill, his biggest attribute to me is his mental fortitude.
No let is the call. This is a pretty good start for Camel Cumberbatch. Seeded 2 coming into this tournament. Of course, Chris Binney, the #1 seed. And when you are the underdog, when you are in many cases overmatched in terms of the history of the man you're going up against, you want to get out well. And Cumberbatch has done that so far.
Most definitely, this is probably the dream start for Kamal here. Even after Chris has won this point here, Kamal will take joy in having that 2-point cushion still, and definitely be looking to add to that in the next point or so.
The crowd will push Chris Binney. They'll try to help him along. He's won 9 titles, but he's never won one in Jamaica.
Yeah, I believe it's 15 years this year since we've had a senior castle in Jamaica. So he hasn't had the opportunity. And I mean, I made a joke with him when we were at Commonwealth Games together. I joked with him and said, so Chris, will you let me win CASA this year in Jamaica? And he said, yeah man, especially because it's in Jamaica. So I know that that's definitely a big aspect of what makes this one special for him, is to have it in his home country. So I know that he's not going to let this one pass him easily.
Has gotten away well here. He's opened up a 4-point lead over the top seed. The 20-year-old Barbadian coming out assured and confident. And the Jamaican under pressure.
Yeah, Kamal, you can see the really good hands there. Nice soft touch into the corners. And Chris started a little slowly, but you can guarantee that won't last very long. Chris will go back into this really soon.
You get the feeling that Binney hasn't quite unleashed yet, that he's still operating well within himself.
Yeah, most definitely. I believe anybody could be subject to this when they've won as many times as Chris. I feel as though he's maybe underestimating Kamal just a little bit in the first section of this first game here. But as I said, I feel as though his strongest asset is his mind on the court, and I feel as though he'll have been drawing his map out as to what Kamal does best, and we'll start to see him, as we just did there. We'll start to see him make use of that with the decisions from the referee and with his movement. He'll start to ruffle the feathers of Kamal, and we'll start to see a little bit of a breaking off from Kamal, is my expectation here.
The ball was too good, and you got past him and you could have played it.
Yeah, and we've seen that twice now, 2 no-lets in the early going, so the referees are obviously going to be a little strict with that tonight.
Yeah, Julian is not allowed to make any comments on those.
Oh boy, I will try my best.
Binney working his way back into the opening game. Just a point separating them now.
That last shot we saw from Kamal was interesting. I wouldn't expect him to start going for the overhead cross-court nicks just as yet, but we see him opening up the court, which is standard of him. It's in his nature to try to go for those shots very positively and comfortably.
Here's an opportunity to see what the 20-year-old is really made of. He got out well, opened up a 4-point lead. Now Binney is right back in it. They're level. Can he maintain his composure? Can he maintain the high level that he started with?
Longest rally of the match so far, yeah. Good quality from both players. Good retrieving.
Yeah, and once a rally gets to the length that it is at now, it's a very big psychological advantage to win a rally just like this one here, especially when the game is tied in points. Whoever wins this rally, I reckon, will probably go on to win this game. So, and I think both players will know that. I think it's going to be a know that.
Julian, talk to us a little bit about how
too far away,
even early in the match, you guys are really top athletes, even early in the match, how this puts a lot of wear and tear into the legs, those long lunges into the front court.
Oh, most definitely. I feel especially in the first game, you come into the court having a ridiculous amount of adrenaline running through the veins. You're quite nervous.
Yes, lad.
Ooh, I think Chris was a little lucky to have the let there, to be honest.
Very important point. The previous one from Cumberbatch, you spoke about that long rally, and especially because Binney had rallied from 6-2 down, you want to stem that flow of points.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, a large part of the game is momentum, and if, like you said, Chris had the momentum going for a long while there, but a long rally like that can definitely lead to a momentum shift. And Kamal winning that point, I believe, was a big push for him psychologically. Because as Joey said, there's a lot of wear and tear that goes into the body, particularly in the first game, because it's such an important game. You definitely have to pick and choose the moments when to use that energy, and winning a large point like that, or a very long point like that, is a big psychological advantage to keep that push going in the first game.
Yeah, Binney has turned it around now. A beautiful drive, and then getting the stroke. Close opening game this.
Most definitely, but you can see Chris starting to push forward and act very proactively with his shots. That's going to be a stroke.
Yeah, some very loose balls from Kamal in the last couple of rallies. He's playing the ball out into the middle. It's just giving Chris the opportunity to make his room and put Cumberbatch under pressure.
You could see Binney just having a look at where Cumberbatch was.
Yeah, most definitely. I believe he's starting to see that Kamal is wearing and tearing just a little bit. As we talked about momentum shifts, I feel as that though Chris Binney has been able to very intelligently shift the momentum his way even after losing that long rally at 6-all. He's been pushing very proactively since then and working Kamal, and that's I believe that's why we've seen the loose balls starting to come from Kamal. And Binney is very well known to capitalize on anything loose.
3 game balls for Chris Binney. Looking to close out the opening game.
Yes, lad.
And you can see there Chris controlling the rallies. Cumberbatch stuck behind him for the last 7 or 8 shots. Just could not get back in front of Chris.
No comment from me on that last call there. I don't know if I would have been given the same last night.
You're not allowed to comment on these things, Julian.
That was a no comment.
Game ball for the champion.
Took the Cumberbatch.
Yeah, things getting a little tight in the middle there. Another loose ball giving Cumberbatch the opportunity to block Chris in basically and get the stroke call.
Stays in the opening game, the Barbadian.
Yeah, and we see that Kamal, from last night especially, we see that he's very clever at using his body and being very aware of his opponent spatially. So I expect to see more of that throughout the match, especially with Chris being quite of a large stature for a squash player. So I expect more of that.
Arrow from Binney. And Cumberbatch within 1 in this opening game. Binney had 3 game balls, now down to 1.
Yes, lad.
Yeah, and Chris really was getting into his rhythm and got that get that game ball, and then I think the call maybe just putting a little doubt in his head, and then he made the error. So
most definitely. Joy, I'll ask you, what do you think about that last call there on that lead on the serve? Do you think that Chris is being a little bit expecting a little bit of generosity from the referees in that situation, perhaps? As I feel as though the majority of the front wall is being shown there.
Yeah, I think maybe generous. I think Chris is doing that intentionally. It's a tactical serve to serve on almost your wrong hand. So his backhand, serving to his backhand when he's on forehand side. But yeah, I think maybe a little generous from the referees there.
Yeah. Well, Cumberbatch has rallied brilliantly here, and we're back level in this opening game. It's at 10 apiece.
Yes, I'm really interested to see how Kamal reacts to bringing it back to 10-all. Whether he, I know that he surely will be. Oh wow! Uncharacteristic error from Binney at such a crucial point in the game.
Yeah, that's a big miss from the Jamaican. And Cumberbatch, having saved 3 game balls, now has 1 of his own. Pressure on the champion. Oh, that is beautiful.
Excellent winner from Chris there.
That's why he's the champion.
Always cool, calm and collected under pressure. The man has ice in his veins, what can we say?
Not over yet though. Back level at 11-all. Oh, this opening game is a treat.
We definitely hope for more of this going forward. It's a beautiful shot from Kamal, and he's putting down the pressure really well. Good straight drop. He's playing very attritionally now. Oh wow.
Wow. That's what pressure can do, you know. It's something special that Chris Binney is trying to achieve tonight. And as an opponent, all you can do is apply as much pressure as you can and allow the rest to take care of itself. And in this opening game, Cumberbatch is doing that.
Most definitely. It's funny now that you say it. Coming into this match, I feel as though majority of the pressure would have been on Kamal being the challenger and knowing the accolades of Chris. But now I'm realizing really that Chris playing in his home country with the expectation on his back to win it, and not only that, but to make history and being the first player to make double-digit titles at Casa. Certainly, he's going to be feeling that pressure, and we're probably seeing that come through in the form of a couple of errors early on here.
Oh, beautiful dropper from Vinny.
Beautiful.
Coming up big again in a big moment. Down game ball. And we're at 12-all. Well, they're in for a treat.
Yeah, and we can see that from the smiles in the crowd. It's an awesome match to be a part of.
I'm very impressed by the way Kamal is handling the pressure here. He's remained calm. He's not made the errors. He's pushing Chris right to the brink, and he's very much in this game.
You get the feeling that it's more important for Cumberbatch to win this opening game than it is for Binny.
Most definitely. I know. Chris, no matter what happens in the first game, maybe even the first two games, he'll constantly be believing that he can win this. Whereas Kamal, it's going to be crucial for him to win this first game, to have that belief going forward that this is something that he can do here tonight.
Here is Binny with another game ball. Had 3 earlier, was unable to convert. Can he convert on this 4th time of asking?
This is going to be a very interesting call here from the ref.
Wait.
Binny has almost made the call and is leaving the court. Let's hear what's happening.
Point to Binny. However, Mr. Binny, please, we don't need the pushing. Okay, I've given you the point, but I don't need the pushing.
Well, he does get the point, Chris Binney, and wins the opening game. Anticlimactic way to finish it, because it was a thoroughly enjoyable first game with some thrilling points. Binney losing 3 game balls. Cumberbatch getting one of his own, but unable to close him out. And at the end of it, it's the champion who squeezes the opening game in the men's singles final and the 2022 Caribbean Senior Squash Championships. So much more to come from the Ligani Club in Kingston. Chris Binney, the champion, the 9-time champion, seeking a record-extending 10th men's singles title at the Caribbean Area Squash Championships, has edged the opening set against Kamal Cumberbatch of Barbados, 14-12, and a messy way to finish it, because it was a brilliant opening game and you would have wanted it to finish in better fashion. But here we are with the start of the second game. Ricardo Chambers alongside Julian Jervis, a men's singles semi-finalist here, and Joey Levy, a vice president of the Jamaica Squash Association. Gentlemen, here we are again for the second game.
Yeah, and again, I think we were all impressed with Kamal's composure in that first game, but funnily enough, ended on a note that was very prominent from last night. Kamal hitting the ball back towards himself and not clearing it out of the way, which I think caused a lot of the issues last night.
Yeah, I love the winner there.
Yeah, most definitely. We saw him punished for it there. But I believe he'll be coming into the second game here. I mean, from the way that he spoke to me last night before our match, he exuded a lot of confidence for both of us against Chris Binney. He feels as though we're really coming into our own and we're coming into our peak, him and I, as the next rivalry of Caribbean squash. And even though, despite losing that first game, which we've spoken about already as being very crucial, I feel as though he's still going to be coming at this as a hunter much more so than as the hunted.
Of course, last night would have been the first time this tournament that he would have lost a game. Did lose the opening game, 6-11. Composed himself, won the next two, lost the fourth. And amid all the controversy, was able to compose himself and come through that match 11-4 in the fifth. How does he deal with himself this time? Stroke for Binney, and this is the one thing he would not have wanted, for Binney to open up a lead in the second game.
Yeah, Chris has come out really strong in this second game, playing really tight squash, very fast pace, and Cumberbatch not having any time to put his game plan in place.
For sure. This goes back to the aspect of Chris's game that I admire the most, his mental fortitude, you know, and despite whatever strengths his opponent might have, in the first game you might see those strengths come through, but by the second game Chris usually has a grip of what his opponent is good at, and his strength itself is making his opponent's strengths weaknesses, and we're seeing that come forward here now, and I expect to see that for the rest of this game, to be honest.
Really good rally this. And Binney makes the arrow.
Nice trick shot there from Cumberbatch. I don't even know what you call it. Underhand, backhand. Julian, you ever played that one?
Definitely not. It's not a shot in my arsenal. I'd say that my shot selection is quite basic.
Basically good.
Yeah, that's at least I like to think so.
5-2 for Binney in the second game. Chris Binney ranked 118 in the world, highest rank of 65. And that came in January 2018.
Yes, let.
He's not happy.
Space behind. Yes, let.
Reminiscent of another man 24 hours ago.
Preach.
Yeah, but you know, Chris is getting the better of it. He didn't get the stroke that time, so he just needs to not let it bother him.
We just saw an error come from Chris there, potentially a little bit of that frustration creeping into his game. It'll be interesting. Like I said, Chris's mental fortitude is the aspect of his game I admire the most. So I personally, right now in this moment, I'm going to be looking to take notes as to how he deals with this situation.
Emotions are high, no doubt about it. It's a championship match. History is on the line. Whether it's Caribbean history or family history.
That should be a no let.
Yes, let.
Yeah, let call. So much to play for these two men. Chris Binney on the right of your screen, 33 years old. And the 20-year-old dreadlocked Cumberbatch of Barbados.
Another error from Chris, and Cumberbatch is right back in it after this strong start from Binney. A little bit flustered with the body movements and making a couple of errors.
And right back at it with another amazing winner.
Only one man has beaten Chris Binney in a Caribbean Championship final. That was Richard Andrew Chin in 2010. Did lose the semi-final in 2007 to Gavin Cumberbatch.
Was the eventual winner, and also the brother of Kamal here tonight, so it's quite poetic to be seeing Kamal taking the reins and trying to challenge Chris now himself.
Quickly, please, quickly.
Yeah, we're seeing Chris stretch back out to a 3-point lead again, so swings and roundabouts in this one.
Most definitely, it's a game of momentum shifts.
Momentum shifting squarely in Chris Binney's favour now.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of errors creep into Kamal's game, and you just wonder if the pace is starting to affect the legs, because some of those errors that, you know, you're using your hands to hit the ball, but if your legs aren't positioned right because you're a little tired, you get to the ball a little late, that brings the errors out of you.
Most definitely, and in this heat, you know, hydration is so key. I saw him hydrating earlier during the opening ceremony, but from the match him and I had last night, I know I'm certainly feeling it somewhat in my body, so I can only imagine how the wear and tear is acting on him now.
Yeah, and he's not a big, strong guy. He's quite slim and not a lot of muscle apparent, which is great for mobility, but sometimes in a long tournament like this, it wears on you.
Most definitely in terms of recovery.
I did score. He did not.
So Binny with an opportunity to go 2 games clear.
You could overhear the referee there saying that he didn't ask. Some of the spectators may have been expecting Cumberbatch to ask for a let, but he didn't ask. He knew he wasn't getting to the ball.
As referenced just now by Marlene West, who's in the room with us just right now, Kamal also played in the doubles men's final earlier today, so which will definitely be adding even more to the match with me last night. They had an epic match with Guyana. They won 2-love, but both games went to a tie break, and they won 11-10, 11-10. So certainly, even if he's not feeling that physically, he'll definitely be feeling that mentally, because that doubles on the singles court is mentally quite taxing, you know, because the ball just constantly stays in play.
Chris Binney, the 9-time champion, 2 games clear against the 20-year-old from Barbados. And that young man has it all to do, all to think about, because the man who so often has gotten it right in these big moments is getting it right again. Binney, 2 games to love up against Cumberbatch in the 2022 Caribbean Squash Final. Yeah, Chris Binney has 9 Caribbean men's titles, and the next best on 3, Max Weathers, John McCrory, Guyana and the Cayman Islands. What he's doing, what he's achieved in the last decade is beyond special, and he's trying to close out at home in style, and he starts the 3rd game just the way he would want to, Chris Binney.
Yeah, I think Chris really stepped it up again in the second half of that second game, and it's going to be really tough for Kamal to come back from here. You can see Chris hitting his stride and hitting winners into the winning drop shots from the back of the court. That's a man who's full of confidence.
Of his 9 titles, Chris Binney won 5 of them against Cameron Stafford of the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, boy, those are hard to watch, being his coach majority of the time. No, but yeah, it just goes to show his mental fortitude, because myself having played Cameron a number of times, it's so hard to break him down whenever he has confidence in him. But that's what Chris Binney does the best, you know, is he'll take your confidence right out of you, no matter how skillful you are, no matter what it is that you have. I believe that's what we're seeing here now, and we'll start to see Chris stride forward, and I believe he's going to take this game comfortably.
Yeah, by the way, Cameron Stafford has some of the purest shots I've seen.
Most definitely. I spoke on SportsMax, and I'll reiterate the fact that I believe that Cameron Stafford genuinely is a generational talent. Some of the things that we see him do with the ball, I've traveled around the world playing squash, and I honestly think he's one of maybe 5 or 10 players in the world that can do some of the things that he can do with the ball, which is it's tremendous to know that a player like that has been produced in the Caribbean.
For sure.
And speaks more to the fact that Chris has beaten 5 times in 5 finals.
Yeah, and I think I was there for all of those 5, and it was talk about attritional squash and talk about controversial, fiery matches. I mean, what we saw last night didn't even compare to 1 or 2 of those. I don't know if you remember the one in Trinidad.
Completely agree. Oh man, that one. Oh, that one. I was also there for that one. That was that was riveting. Those two have produced, I think, in my opinion, some of the best squash that the Caribbean has ever seen and probably will ever see. Hopefully Kamal and I will be able to come to produce something similar eventually.
Yeah, he's turning it on now, Chris Binney. He's probably wore down the 20-year-old.
Most definitely. I mean, yesterday both Kamal and I will have had to play 3 matches being in the doubles. I don't believe Chris is competing in the doubles. Nevertheless, it'll certainly be wearing on Kamal at this point, I believe, and especially with the weight on his back of knowing Chris's accolades and looking up to Chris, I'm sure, as I do, the belief will be starting to fade away from him now as a point lead grows, and I think that Chris's confidence will contrastly begin to increase, and we'll see more fantastic shots coming from Chris and less so coming from Kamal.
Yeah, I think Binney has seen off the best of this man. He gets the stroke there, and he's running away now.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to get back into the game, but the pressure from Chris is relentless. But he gets a break there with a loose shot from Chris, and he takes advantage, gets a stroke. And another good winner, 2 points in a row. He needs to pick up this momentum. He's a far way behind, but use this momentum, hopefully put a little pressure on Chris, get a mistake out of him here and there, and you never know what might happen.
Most definitely. I think it's going to be time now for Chris to tighten down the reins. He's fully aware, he's so experienced, he knows what momentum can do in a game, and there we see it there. Trying to take out any sort of psychological advantage Kamal's trying to gain by gathering a cluster of points.
Won his first title in 2009, then 2011 to 2017, no tournament in 2018, and lifted his 9th title in 2019. He has had to wait 3 years to try and capture that 10th, but here he is, and no better place to do it than in front of his home crowd. His mom, Jill Binney, here, his dad here as well, and other family members to witness what now looks like it will definitely be a historic occasion for Binney.
Most definitely. To all the people out there watching this on SportsMax, I believe you guys are about to witness history here, as Chris is only 2 points away now from that historic title. And 1.
Cumberbatch has given it all he has tonight. He can take heart from a tremendous opening game, but Binney upping the tempo and having too much for the Barbadian. The moment is near. The moment could be that, is it?
No let.
No let is the call.
Wow.
Chris Binney has 10 in Kingston.
Amazing.
The Caribbean's best does it again. He defeats Kamal Cumberbatch, who says he's the future, but Chris Binney proves he is still the man.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are witnessing an icon who will live on in Caribbean squash, I believe, for the rest of its tenure. A true legend of the game. Somebody that myself, Kamal, and every other aspiring squash champion looks up to in the Caribbean. A true advocate for sportsmanship and a great squash player. Wow, very amazing. It's awesome to watch.
14-12, 11-5, 11-5, the final score for Chris Binney over Kamal Cumberbatch in this championship match at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. Certainly, the opening game gave us a glimpse of what Kamal Cumberbatch is capable of doing, and gave us a glimpse of what to expect in years to come. But it is clear that Chris Binney is still the best squash player in the Caribbean, and he proved that in no uncertain manner in the following two games. Let's have a look at how this match unfolded here at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica. Kamal Cumberbatch, he needed to come out, he needed to get a good start, and he got exactly that. He took an early lead, put Binney under pressure, forced him to come back into the contest, and just when you thought, when Chris leveled the match at 6-all, and you thought to yourself that yeah, he will run away with this opening game now, Cumberbatch dug in, made it difficult for him, and it was a rather epic opening game. But once Cumberbatch didn't win that, it was downhill from there.
Yeah, most definitely. Like as we all spoke to, I believe that first game was very crucial for Kamal, and in that first game was definitely when we were going to see the most of his confidence exude outward. But Chris did as he always does, and nullified that and made it seem as though there was a brick wall between Kamal and this title, and I'm sure that's how Kamal was feeling psychologically on the court after that first game.
Yeah, a good first game from Kamal, and I think maybe what we saw with Chris was the effect of not having too many tough games leading into the final, so not being that sharp in the first game. But you could see as the game went on, his quality showed through. His quality and his mentality showed through.
Chris Binney, champion again for the 10th time. History created in Kingston, Jamaica. When we come back, we'll hear from the history maker and his challenger. History at the Ligani Club in Kingston, Jamaica, defeating Kamal Cumberbatch in the men's championship match. And well, it was a tremendous opening game, as we have Kamal with us, and you really put up a great fight in that opening game, but just unable to sustain that. Talk me through that match.
I mean, playing against a former top 60 player, he's experienced, he's a professional, so I knew it was going to be tough physically, especially after the match yesterday, but I'm happy with how it went. If I took the first game, I think it could have been a different match, but it's always happy to be on course at one of such class.
Talk talk me through the end of that opening game, because you batted so well in that opening game. What was the thinking after you were not able to pull it out?
I mean, I was right in there, so I thought second game, stick to the same plan, try to bring it back to the same sort of score, if not better.
For sure, you've always wanted to play Chris Binney, and you got the opportunity to do it, and on a massive stage as well. How would you compare, how would you describe the experience overall?
I mean, I'm really happy with the way that Caribbean squash is developing. Like, I've been doing this for quite a while, as I was saying. Like, I came through watching my brothers who all played at this stage before. So, I mean, like, same camera crew, television shows, streaming, stuff like that. Like, I'm happy with how things are going.
Given what has happened here tonight, what does tonight's performance tell you about where you are as you look to become the successor to Chris Binney?
I mean, especially coming off of COVID, like, we haven't had this championship in over 2-3 years. So, I mean, if I was in that situation a couple years ago, like, I would have been more prepped for this, but I'm just happy that it kind of came off. I'm happy to be in Jamaica. We still have the team events to go, so I mean, more stuff to come.
Well, congratulations on making the final and putting on a really good show as well. It was great to watch.
Thank you very much.
Kamal Cumberbatch of Barbados, the runner-up in the men's singles here at the Caribbean Squash Championships, and we have Chris Binney, who can smile. Chris, you have 10. It's finally over. What's the feeling?
I mean, I think, like you said, it's finally over. Like that, you know, you don't realize the pressure and the stress until you get into the moment, and you know, you do everything you can do pre-match to get ready, and that was a match that's what you want to see. I mean, he's young, he's the future. I was trying to not make him the present right now, but he stood up to me in that first game, and I had to call on all my experience, and he called on all his youth and his skill, and thankfully I snuck that one out, and then was able to win the next two. So I'm so grateful for that.
Were you surprised at his level in the opening game, especially after you came back from 6-2 down and leveled at 6-all, and how he was able to hang with you for the rest of that game?
Yeah, no, not surprised at all. I mean, I've been watching him for a long time. He's now at the same college I went to. You know, I feel like he's going on a similar path that I am, and I hope he'll beat the path I did. I hope he'll eventually get more than 10. I mean, unless I keep going, of course. But yeah, I mean, I wish the best for him, and I was expecting a very strong, hard battle, as you always think in the finals, and he gave that. So again, super grateful I got out with a win.
When you win 10 titles, right, you probably go to bed sometimes and you try to remember, oh wait, how did that one go again? But how do you compare this one to all the others?
Yeah, this is different than anything else. I haven't played or won in front of my home crowd, and I think playing here in Jamaica, having the support. I mean, usually I go to these places and you're always cheering for the underdog. So I'm in Guyana, I'm in Barbados, and the crowd is against me except for my team. So tonight, no matter what was going on, the crowd was behind me, and I can't thank them enough. I can't thank everybody, my whole support team here, everyone with the Olympic Association, the Squash Association here, everything that everyone's done to help me on this journey. And again, it's not just a solo thing, it's a village, and I think all of Jamaica helped with this.
You have 10, you're 33 years old. How many more can you get?
I think time will tell. I mean, if he keeps improving the way he's doing, I don't know. But I think I have one or two left in me. You know, I mean, I'd like to think I have the experience, and my body's still in good shape. So, you know, I expect to still be in the runnings for the next few years, and then when you get to the finals, we'll see how it goes. Does that mean you plan to hang around for another 4, 5, 6 years? Gee, that's a long time. I mean, I can barely get through this year, so we'll see what the rest of 2022 has, see how things are shaping up, and then I'll make some decisions after that. Well, Chris, you've been a great champion, and it was great to see you compete, and I'm sure the Caribbean audience would have enjoyed that tonight. So congratulations on another wonderful effort. Congratulations on being the champion again. Thank you very much. Chris Binney, number 10 here in Kingston, Jamaica. He is the champion. He delivers in no uncertain terms. Outstanding effort. There's a look at the final bracket. Chase McQuan beaten in the quarterfinals. Alex Arjun of Guyana in the semifinals last night, all in straight games, and
He did the same again in straight games in the final tonight. Severely tested in the opening game, but Chris Binney of Jamaica, champion in 2009, champion 2011 to 2017, no tournament in 2018, champion again in 2019, and he wins his 10th title in 2022. He becomes the first player in the history of the Caribbean Squash Championships to get to double-digit number of titles. He has 10. There are a couple of women who have 6, so he is some way ahead of the rest as far as the number of titles is concerned. There he is, Chris Binney, the champion, the history maker. Superb performance over the last 3 days, and you can sense the relief that it's finally over. The pressure was on, there was no doubt about it. Cumberbatch put even more pressure in that opening game, but he shrugged that off, and once he came through the opening game, he started to get even better, up the tempo, and from there you just got the impression it was going to be difficult for the 20-year-old to stay with this outstanding champion. He lost to Kamal's older brother Gavin Cumberbatch in 2007 in the semi-final when he had to settle for 3rd position, but since then he's been so difficult to beat. Just 1 defeat since then in 2010. There's the women's bracket. Ashley Khalil, her first senior title, defeating her countrywoman Taylor Fernandes. Of course, Taylor had gotten to the semi-finals in 2019 as a 20-year-old. She gets to the final as a 24-year-old. Khalil, at 29 years old, gets her first title, and she was delighted as well. She coming through that final in 4 games. Well, what a night at the Ligony Club in Kingston, Jamaica. History created by Chris Binney. Guyana dominating on the women's side, but Binney's dominance of regional squash on the men's side continuing. Title number 10. The Jamaican crowd got what they came to see. Chris Binney delivering history. Our coverage of the Caribbean Squash Championships will continue on Saturday when we'll have the finals of the team competition. Do ensure that you join us then as we bring you more of the Caribbean's best in this wonderful sport of squash.